All right, Leon, I think we're on. Yeah, check the audio. All right, seems to be good to go. All right, let's see. What do we got to do today? Let's get this coat. Let's get this coat coated. Oh, actually, hold on. Maybe I should do the legs. Get those all ready to go, so that I can put the jacket, put the top on the torso, let it dry. I suppose I can figure out how to hang it. What do I feel like doing is the question. I want to go ahead and get this jacket coated so it can be drying while I do other stuff. So for this, I'm going to airbrush the rest of the jacket, but I want to cover this. But I can't put any Plasti-Tack down on this ink. So I'm pretty sure it'll pull right up. So, because I didn't seal it. So what I'm going to do is put a little bit of Plasti-Tack on the brown all the way around it, and then cut a little piece of plastic wrap to go along that. And then I'll be brushing the wash on, so I don't have to worry about that. Then I'll be airbrushing some of the other like folds and stuff, but I'm not going to be anywhere near that. So I just don't want to get any overspray from going different angles and stuff. With this new airbrush though, I probably could get away with it, because that thing is pretty precise. So I don't know. I might just be wasting my time right now. I just don't want to have any accidents. So I'm gonna make a little tube of Plasti-Tack here. A long tuber. And then I'll get down to some paint. It's probably okay. I'm not pressing on this very hard at all. I'm just very lightly just giving it enough pressure to get it to stick, but not much more. Make sure there's no hair getting in there. to get more done this week, but had an exceptionally busy work week. And by the time the end of the day came around, I was just done. I have determined though that like waiting until you feel like doing it is a better idea than trying to force yourself. Because if you're just not in the mental space for it, then you're not going to enjoy it. And I don't know, it just doesn't feel right, you know. So sometimes you just gotta wait for the mood to come back. Back today. I'm excited to see how this guy, how this thing's going to turn out. I was really happy with how the metal armor looks. So excited to see, excited to get the rest of it done now. Do this up and under, like that. Alright, that'll do. I just want to make sure I'm not having a little accidental overspray. I'm not paying attention. I absolutely do not want to mess up that pedal. Take this little thin piece of plastic wrap here, press it into blast attack ever so gently. Wanna nice and airtight, so we don't have anything bad happen. What about the plastic rubbing off on the taking anything off the ink? It's not gonna remove the ink. See how good it's not sticky at all. Seal up. Off that extra plastic. So it does not interfere with my airbrushing. Well, that's fun. Plastic does not like to get cut with scissors. Another pair, maybe this is super dull. Ancient piece of tape stuck to me. Oh God, it's like I'm haunted. I guess just ripping it. Gonna have to do. Appears does not want to cut. Spraying up here anyway. Like I said, I'm just blocking. Make sure nothing happens to the armor. All right, I think we're ready to go to town with some leather brown. This over. Oh, let's get this over in the airbrush. All right, got me some paint mixed up. Let's belt paint it first. slippery. That's ridiculous. All right, I gotta get what just paint here. This thing is not big enough. Well, ain't that a bitch? Do I have a larger one? I do, but I don't think it'll fit inside it. Oh yeah, it does. I don't want to get a bunch of paint all over that though. How about some plastic? Well, it's not going to stick on there by itself, so I'll need some tape. You know what? To hell with it. We're just going to paint it, because it's just a big wooden Lazy Susan that I haven't used in years. So it's now a work piece. I'm not gonna lie, this big ass turntable does kind of come in handy for this. We gotta do underneath here. Not even got out of leather brown. Yep, I'm running low. I might have to abandon this until I can go get some more paint tomorrow. See how much I got left in this bottle here. I'm putting there too much too. I did, Joe. That's harder and Steamback evolution, and I'm digging it. Not much to see while you're just hosing on paint like this, but when it gets down to doing like little detail work, this thing is really awesome. don't know if I don't think I'm gonna have enough leather brown to finish this project. You have to just keep going until I run out of brown, or I finish. I really only need enough to do a dry brush after a wash. If I can get this thing coated, but I gotta coat the inside too. I haven't even got to that part yet. Yeah, I've only been using this airbrush for a couple days, but man, I love it. Gotta pick this thing up. Shoot it from underneath. Yeah, it was. I had a birthday recently, so I decided to splurge and buy myself a little present. The the little nozzle, the guard. I can see it. The little prong guard on the end is really awesome. Like being able to just get to the needle so quickly without having to take the guard off, and then being able to like pinch it and blow back into the gun. That was a really smart. That was really smart design. Whoever thought of that. That shit comes in handy. I got a couple more. So let's see if I feel like I'm pushing the boundary of how thick I can blow through this gun too. I'm gradually increasing the viscosity of the paint. See how far I can push it. Alright, so we're gonna. Oh, can I touch it?
This is my first time.
It's gonna be way here.
I'm sorry.
Right there. Just for a couple minutes. I like that you can really just open it up and just really blast it if you want to. But it's got, because of the rifling on on the on the gun, on the trigger, you can get a really nice slow, steady pull. If you want something really, you know, really light touch. Alright, well, I didn't think this part through. I can't put this thing down right now while I'm trying to mix up some paint. Kind of doing all that other stuff with one hand. This little, I think it's like a 2 milliliter cup or whatever. It seems small, but it holds a lot of paint. This a real light coat because it's the inside, so it's allowed to be a little dark. Get these high ridges a little bit. You can see accentuate their shape. Stuff at the front here. You can see it a little bit more. But for the most part, that's probably it. You need to get up under his arms. Oh no. Not paint again. One more coat. I'm impressed with how much is still coming out of this bottle here. Not sputtering yet. My paint mixtures are all over the place. Some wash and some dry brush on here. It's gonna look great. Get a little spotty right now. Points of contact are there? It's just the bottom. Just gonna use a quick dry down here and then I can put it down. Push that into that paint a little bit, but it's okay. Definitely probably hit that a little bit more. Let's let it dry. On second thought, I am going to be washing it, so maybe it'll be okay. All right, well, that turntable was certainly helpful. And for the ceremonial cleaning of the airbrush. One second. I still need to airbrush right now. Before I give this a good clean. Need to airbrush a little bit more purple on those sentinel fingers because they look kind of dull and crappy. Go ahead and do that before I give this thing a full breakdown. I suppose I should fill one of my spray bottles with just airbrush cleaner, but at least that alcohol's cheaper. Sorry, I can't get my finger down into this cup here. Clean after it later. It's good enough. Well, there's a little bowl is really weird shaped. Let's get some of this purple on these little fingers here. I got some work to do on these legs. I'll wait for that to dry. Oh no. I am super happy with how the fire and the cards turned out. That stuff all came out looking pretty good. Oh man, I gotta paint chrome on those pieces. Not quite done with that base yet. Alright. Some of this purple here. So we're gonna use the airbrush thinner. Instead of water. Pressure down. Way more than I'm gonna need. Yeah, these little purple fingers got dull when I think I put on the varnish. Even though it was a gloss varnish, now it just dulled out. Just want to shine it back up a little bit. Just a touch. Yeah, this one looks dead. I think the Sentinel fingers are actually blue. I was looking at some research material, but well, it's too late now. And nobody's gonna know unless you're just like a super nerd. And then I'll just be like, calm down, nerd. All right. I believe that is all that I needed to airbrush for right now. Now is a good time to clean this bad boy thoroughly. You know, I know they say that you can pull this needle out at the front, but that feels unnatural to me, so I'm not going to do that. Run a little bit of I just love the way this airbrush feels. Like, just the components just feel so solid and well put together. Airbrush cleaner sitting there for a couple minutes. Break down any paint. Might still be down in there. And we're going to move on to something completely different. Let's get these little feet painted. Oh, I also learned that the alcohol ink will completely dye silicone. Like, this is, I tried to clean this out with airbrush cleaner, alcohol. The only thing I haven't tried is what's that? The nail polish remover, acetone. It's the only thing I haven't tried. I feel like acetone is probably going to break down the silicone now, so I don't think I'm going to try that. I think I'm just going to have to live with it. But yeah, that alcohol ink is no joke. Next time I'm gonna brush that on. I think I'm gonna put it in something a little more temporary. Or something, something disposable. No, wait, I want to do matte. What am I doing? Just little rubbery sole feet. Gold chunk. Stuff in there. Like, there's a little rattle in this brush. I like that. I think this brush might be done. There's another number 2 over here. This number 2 took a shit. Yeah, that was funny. I made number 2 joke. Yep, I do. All right. This one is officially going to the scrap. All right, let's get down to some painting. Hit this though. Let's move you out of the way just a smidge. As well. Why am I whispering? Go to this. sideways. I need to warm up before I go diving in here next to these lines. That sounds weird. I'm gonna warm up to paint, but more about just like slowing down to paint. And this chrome is not very forgiving. I don't want to varnish it, because that will tarnish the shine. That means if I make a mistake, my only real choice is to chrome over it. Trying to rub off the chrome. Around this one more time. I'll hit those edges. With a little more care. Wait to put some panel liner down on this thing too. It's gonna look good. Be a lot to line though. Does his foot hang off the base? Remember, there's a chance you'll see his underfoot. I don't think so. Well, maybe his heel. Yeah, they're still black primed. Which black primer looks exactly like matte black, so why do I feel like a jackass? Or was it? Oh, this brush has got a hook on it too. New. Because it's matte, you can really see when it dries. Alright, let's see if I can get these edges. Trusty number one. I gotta get my head in here. Angle of attack is wrong. Can't get just the edge. Can't see it enough. At the end of the fire anyway, so it doesn't. Okay, that's the ticket. Someone got so hot in here. Because I'm holding my breath. I should be. Cool. And that black looks pretty good. That's good enough. Nobody's gonna be looking at his shoes. Nobody's gonna be looking at his shiny bits. That's what people want to see. Want to see the shiny bits. coats on this. Kind of chunky right there. I don't know where to hold it. Wouldn't matter. Except it does. is it me? You just have those nights where it's like, some nights you don't have to think about painting at all. It just happens. And there's some nights you really just gotta really actively concentrate on it. I'm having one of those actively concentrating nights. My brain is not braining. I'm seeing the tip of the brush between the chrome and the black. There it goes. Liner along there anyway. Let's pan the liner along here anyway. I want to get as close as I can. A little high back there, but you can't tell. And again, nobody's really gonna be looking at his shoes anyway. Cool. All right. Let's put some panel liner on this bad boy. I think that's really the last thing I need to do on the pants. On the lower half, I should say. So this stuff is great because all you really got to do is touch down on the panel, on the lines, and it runs in and fills them in just like that. You want to have a little bit of a towel or something in case there's some overage. Dip it in the paint. Just run. Is the idea. Gonna help it along. Got really close.
I used to lie out on the beach, close my eyes, may there be a pretty girl lying on the sand next to me.
Texture in here. Why do you have panel liner? Isn't running like it normally does? I think this is supposed to be leg colored in between these panes, but or the top. Gravity can do its thing. love this panel later. Good stuff. Especially for this. It's precisely what it is for. There we go. You can see some definition. There you go. That's how you're supposed to run I'm gonna dry that a little bit so it stops running. I don't want it to pool. Probably not doing much anything. Those little recesses, the air isn't really reaching it in there anyway. So instead, we're just gonna be patient and just keep rolling it around a little bit until it dries. But in the meantime, I'm gonna line these just darken up the panels a little bit. Maybe not that much. a little bit of definition. All right, cool. Second thought, that seems like a terrible idea. Let's keep it. We want to run panel line down his trough. Yes. Usually at this point, gravity would kick in. About the texture. Oh, run, you bastard. Give his suit a little bit of a scent. All right, on to the next one. Still want gravity to go this direction. Start at the top, work our way down. Oh, hey, Jeffro, what's up, man? Getting some panel liner on this, on these chrome pieces. But it is starting to look like something. No, you're not that late. It's only been an hour and a half. Been on here for a minute. Tell you what, man, time flies when you're doing this. My week was long. It was a very long week. I am glad that it was over. And I left on I got everything done I needed to get done, so that's positive. I even got a little bit ahead in my list of things to do, so that's even better. But yeah, it was a long week. That's why I wasn't in the mood to paint last night. Still reeling from the day that I had. But back at it now. I like it when it actually runs around the lines like it's supposed to. Sometimes textures don't allow that to happen. Thursday and Friday. Well, welcome to the weekend, sir. We made it. We made it to another one. I need to figure out how to get some of that 4-day work week business. Who do I need to petition to make that happen? Because 5 days a week is birds. Or for young people. I'm tired for that shit. Honestly, you need a 3-day weekend, really. I mean, you need one day to just do absolutely nothing. One day to do life chores and errands and stuff. And then one day to like actually do something you enjoy. I mean, I would use all 3 days to just, paint, probably. But that's my business. No, it really would be helpful because tomorrow, before I can get started painting, I've got a faucet to install. It wouldn't take long, but principle. It's the principle. Bob Porter Sands. Alright, I believe that is really all I want to do on the lower half of the body. A little bit of panel liner on this big exposed piece. Darken it down a smidge. Two. No. You are still liquidy? No, you are not. A little bit of agua. Yay. Alright. Alright. This we will let dry. And let's get some chrome on this sentinel hand here. Just on the little knuckly bits. But I am going to use my little angle brush, even though it sucks. Probably going to be good. Let's do this. Oh, this brush is terrible. But getting into those little hard to reach places does the trick. I do. What's up, Past Master Dan? Welcome. I'm not gonna try to be too thorough in here because it's just impossible. I'm just gonna get the pieces that you can sort of kind of see. Not really. Definitely see. Did you have a good week? Good week, Dan? Made it to another weekend? There's also these little deep gouges here. I should probably bring a little bit of a highlight here. Chip the metal edges a little bit. One in here. Ooh. Hot here. Yeah, there's not too much putty on there. It's just around on the brown, on the leather coat part. And if I pull that up, I can just replace it. It's not a big deal. I absolutely did not want to put plastic tack on that metal, on the armor, so because that ink is not sealed. I think my new that's gonna be my new thing, is like not sealing metals if I don't have to, because it just makes them dull. It just kind of takes away the luster of the paint. And it's not like I'm not handling these statues after I get done with them. I mean, I pretty much, after I do my photo shoot, I put them in a shelf and I don't touch them again until I gotta dust them. So I'm not really worried about paint rubbing off that much. But yeah, I think from now on I'm just gonna not seal in metals if like I said, unless I have to. Some other reason. Of course, that just means I'll have to do all the metal work last. Oh man. Just looking up. Medical stuff sucks. Drop this thing. Tell you what, this non-hollowed out resin is a chunk. and I've done a build for someone else. I sold. I did one commission piece. A Goldan is for a coworker's boyfriend, and that's the only commission piece I've done. Said it was a Goldan, it's like World of Warcraft guy, and it was cool and all. I just wasn't that into it because it's just not. I don't know, just not wasn't my thing. So, but on the plus side, doing that job paid for my new printer, so I basically got a M3 premium for the cost of my time and effort. And a little bit of resin. Oh no. Ain't on there. Ooh, all right, cool. Someday I may give away some of my statues for real though, because I foresee running out of room eventually. But it's gonna be a couple years, so don't get excited. Stick with me for a couple years. Tell you what, Jeffro, in like 2 years, when I start running out of space, you and Pastmaster Dan will be on the top of the list to receive a free statue from yours truly. I am going to run out of space eventually. So. Always trying to take my stuff, Jeffro. I suppose I should fill in all those. I accidentally filled in one and it looks right, so now I'm going to go fill in all the others. Oh, God, I feel like I'm going to break this thing. That's how I keep my subs. Bribery. If you were still subbed my channel, 2 years. Well, I hope I'm still doing this YouTube thing in 2 years. That would be awesome. I'm adding a little bit of chipped chrome to these battle damaged areas here. Foam has got to be one of the hardest things to paint because the way the light bounces around, you can't tell if it's paint or reflection. Can't tell if I'm missing spots. It's just the light bouncing off. Oh yeah, I decided I wanted to go in. So, why? Oh, that's a convenient little opening. I do, but I don't like wearing it. It's uncomfortable. I need to get a new one. I need to get the kind that like straps on versus the glasses. You know, the kind of just look like, because the weight of the magnifying thing on your nose is not pleasant. So maybe I'll ask Santa Claus for a new headlamp. And when I say ask Santa Claus, I mean I'm going to buy myself one in December. Got some of the image on there. It's looking pretty good. I'm gonna wash it. It's a little bright and shiny right now, but not after I get some wash on it. In case somebody looks way down inside there. They won't. All right, it's good enough. No, I'm gonna leave the no, the spray on the cards is purposeful. Like that ink I put on there, just to kind of be the glow on the cards. But I wasn't anticipating that whenever I sealed it with a little bit of gloss, it really like made that ink like really pop hard. It really brought it out. Give that a few minutes to dry. I'll hit those with some wash. Go ahead and get these other fingers chromed. Should be dry. And yeah, like I said, I'm gonna stop sealing my metals from now on. I think I'm just gonna leave them leave them exposed because I like it better. I didn't really notice it until I had the fingers on top of the varnished metal, and the purples were not matching at all. Now they match, but yeah, they were not matching at all with the varnish. Now these, I will be a little more careful because I do have access to them. I suppose I should keep it on camera though, so you guys can see what I'm doing.
And then I go home and I listen to them alone. What is it with you rock and rollers? You can perform for 1,000 people and you can't be honest with them.
Oh, I forgot to run panel liner down his other thigh thing. Alright, I'm looking down here, so I'm not paying attention to the conversation. You guys just have at it. Before I move on, though, I do need to go back and panel line on his legs. His, that little line in his pants. What do you want to call it? Seam or whatever. Figured on the one and totally forgot about the other. Hang out like that for just a second. I haven't heard a good Chuck Norris joke in a while. It's Purple Rain's a fucking good song. That's what that is. Go, 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 go. I'm watching this little bead of ink run here. Come on, gravity. What do you think? No? There you go. All the way down. Nice. Get a cleaner line if you can let it run all the way around on its own. Let that seam run there, dry a little bit. Oh yeah, the Batman animated series fucking kicks ass. Oh, I forgot to mute my mic. I'm sorry you guys were listening to me just slurp down my beverage. Oh, did he? That sucks. But yeah, that was a great show, man. Just so well done, well written. And it was some hard hitting stuff too for you know, what looked like a kid show. It definitely was not a kid show. Alright, I gotta turn on a fan or something. I'm hot. I was gonna say, Peter Weller? Peter Weller's the only Robocop I know. I gotta turn on a fan, it's freaking hot in here. Ooh. This thermostat going on. Oh, it's 74 degrees. A little warm. Here, let's turn this shit down. Kevin Conroy. That's right. I know that. I know that name. He voiced a bunch of stuff, I think. This one little lonely sentinel finger waiting to be painted. I'm coming back, buddy. I'm sorry, I'm hot. I'm sweating in here. Slapping this on. He just gonna need 2 goats. You guys are crazy. Clint Eastwood's still alive? He's not dead, he's old as balls. Getting all these edges covered. In the butt. Oh, I think that. Painting tiny fingers. That's what I'm doing. Tiny robot fingers. Why won't this chrome cover? It's purple. What's wrong with you, chrome? Seriously, this chrome is not doing its job. Alright. Give it these little damagey areas here. That's a good one. That looks sweet. man, nobody's even gonna see this, but it looks so freaking good. Like this part is like actually tucked underneath the fire right here. And I don't know why I'm continuing to paint it. But I am having a good time. With all that little micro damage. Very cool. Especially just on these little beat up areas. What is up? TGIF indeed. I am so freaking glad this week's over. I'm actually thinking about stopping here in a couple seconds and going making myself a drink. Because it has been a long one and I have earned it. Got a perfectly good bottle of gin sitting over there waiting for me to crack it open. I'm going back to the side of my brush and just almost dry brushing over the texture. Ah, that looks awesome. I haven't even gotten any wash on there yet either. God, I couldn't imagine that. Every week's a long week doing that, jeez. Well, welcome to Friday. And the weekend. I am gonna try to finish this Gambit this weekend, if possible. It's possible. I don't have much to do. I mean, I still have a lot to do, but it's happening. Time is only 8:30. I got plenty of time. I tried that. Still one. Oh yeah, I gotta go clean that airbrush cleaner out. Go. All right. Trying to be super diligent when it comes to keeping that new airbrush clean. It's my new baby. I am not. I'm in the south. I got some family lives up in Buffalo, New York, though. Pretty cool place, pretty cool little town. People are friendly. Lots to do in the spring and the summer. Really nice up that way. Winter sucks. With all the lake effect snow and everything. But yeah, Buffalo's nice. Gotta get up there next summer, actually. I haven't been up there in a while. Go visit. Yeah, I could not deal with that snow up there. And it's fun for a minute, but as soon as you need to go somewhere, like really need to go somewhere, it's just inconvenient. They do a good job plowing keeping the roads plowed and stuff, though. I mean, you have to. But yeah, they're usually on top of it. It's not terrible, but it is just a pain in the ass. Oh, Long Island, that's cool. camera. So, oh yeah, that's nice. Yeah. Been to Florida a few times. Too many people. No matter where you go, it seems like there's too many people. Nobody's from there. Are you working on any paint projects right now? Painting anything? I think I should paint these middle cylinders chrome too. I think I will. Yeah. Let's say something looks off. I don't know. That's what it is. That looks better. Something else. Actually, a lot going on these little fingers. A whole lot of battle damage. What is a Venon helmet? I feel like I should know what that is. It is not in the... right? Fucking I hate layer lines too, man. That's why I stopped FDM printing. The layer lines are crazy. And breaking off the supports, like, I always end up injuring myself. Said the hell with that. Switch to resin and haven't looked back. You still have to sand resin, but not nearly as bad as those layer lines, man. That's crazy town. I think my FDM printer only made it about 3 months, maybe 6, where I was ready to get over my fear of the resin and give it a go. I remember being like, really questioning like if that was something I really wanted to do. Once I got an understanding of how much, what all went into it, as far as the chemicals, the washing, the curing, all that junk, PPE, ventilation, it was very overwhelming at first. Now it's silly, but I mean, I get it. Like once you understand it and you get your setup set up, and you go to execute, it becomes second nature. But first, man, it's a little bit overwhelming for newbies. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I'm not even close to done with the coat. I still got a lot more to do. I'm just getting these fingers finished up. Trying to get the base finished tonight, and then I'll go back to work on the torso tomorrow. I think I'm done with the lower half. Got it all panel lined and good to go. So now I think I'm just gonna follow my old mantra and work from the bottom up. I'm gonna finish up the base and then work my way up from there. And I'd like to have it done this weekend if I can, so I'll probably be on quite a bit Saturday and Sunday. My wife's got plans with her friend on Saturday, and Sunday, I think. So if I'm gonna be left to my lonesome, then I will be in here painting. Oh, show. Yeah, I think I can get this done. I can do the I can get to the portrait on Sunday. I like to do the portrait last. Of course, waiting and doing the portrait last means that there's a whole lot of drying time. There's a whole lot of just waiting around time. You're just waiting for layers to dry. Since he's got that cowl, I may have to. I think I'll have to paint his. Do all the paint on his face, and then I'll hand black the cowl, and I have to mask off the face and hit the cowl with a little airbrush, a little bit of that gray-blue or dark blue-gray, so the cowl has some highlights. It's a little too prominent, so it's cheekbones and stuff. Make sure to hit that. But yeah, that portrait's going to be fun to do, so I'm looking forward to doing that on Sunday. If I can get to it. I mean, I did go to an art school when I was really really young, and it was actually for computer art and animation, but it was they had some art classes. But I've always had a natural inclination for it, like a natural ability. I don't know, just one of those things. I wouldn't say I don't know. I wouldn't. Thank you. I appreciate the compliment. Thank you. Uh, but I don't. I wouldn't consider myself an artist per se. I'm more like a technical. Like I know these colors work for on like a technical reason, which I guess might be the same thing. I don't know really. I mean, but it's not like I have like theory or anything. I do understand a little bit about like contrast and the color wheel and that kind of stuff. For the most part, I just go with what feels good. Thank you. That's an awesome compliment. Weird. I don't feel like I said, I wouldn't consider myself to be an artist, but I guess here I am. That's what I'm kind of doing right now. I guess, right? That's funny. Oh well, I appreciate that. Thanks. I have always had a passion for sculpture. Like I used to do a lot of sculpting when I was in high school. Clay, soapstone, limestone, granite. Okay, I mess with some metals and some metalwork, sculpture, some clay, I tried a bunch of different mediums when I was in my youth. And yeah, I've just always always gravitated towards this kind of stuff. Like I said, said this before. This is like the perfect hobby for me, because it just encapsulates everything that I'm interested in. Oh, there's so much good little detail in this thing. I don't want to put it down. All the little battle texture. And it's just so easy to hit with the edge of the brush. Just really bring it out, Kind of follow where the model is, or where it takes you. I need to go back and do that little middle piece of the knuckle deer. I forget. not. Or a gentle scrub. Yeah, the cool part now about this hobby is like, I feel like I've got a handle on most of it. I want to get into using more inks. Like now that I've started using ink for like the metal and shit, I'm seeing how powerful the ink is. Like as far as mixing, having a base color with like a little bit of a tint on top of it, or just tinting a color. Like I can see now where those game color inks can really come in handy. So yeah, I'm definitely gonna start experimenting with that. Yeah, no, what I was saying was like, I feel like now I'm at a level where I can try to start perfecting the techniques. You know, I yeah, just it's taken a couple years, but like I'm finally getting there. Which is why I was able, why I felt like I was upgrading my airbrush at a good time too, because I know I can paint better with better tools now. Ow! Jesus. Well, resin fire is very pointy. Stuck me on the back of my knuckle. Well, I mean, yeah, like I said, a lot of this was just like learning the technique of, how to properly brush, how to properly airbrush, and how certain colors work. Like, reds and yellows, you treat a little differently. Yes, just kind of the fundamental stuff. And a whole lot of trial and error, man. Just a whole lot of trial and error. Like, trust me, I could show you some stuff in my collection that is not the best. And yeah, I just kind of learned. Once I got, it's just like I knew there was a shortfall, or like working with transparency, like with transparent resin. I didn't really get good at that until probably just a couple months ago when I did that Deadpool and Cable statue. I printed his shield, Cable shield, in transparent, and then tinted it orange. And that was really the first time I'd ever done it, and it just completely changed the way I looked at or the way I can now foresee printing, bigger parts or resin pieces. And now that I know, like I said, how to do such really good metals, I really want to get into doing ink and stuff now. This doesn't have to be perfect, it just needs to be there. There we go. Now it's got a little more pizzazz. One more finger to go. What paint do I use? Mostly Vallejo paints. I use a few Citadel paints. The ink I'm using is just like a craft alcohol ink. It's nothing fancy. As a matter of fact, it's super cheap. But I know that Vallejo makes game color inks, and I'm going to start looking into those for sure. Next time I go to the paint store, or to my hobby shop, which I do need to go because I am out of leather brown. So I'll probably hit up Hobby Lobby this weekend. Or not Hobby Lobby, Hobby Town. I'll probably hit that up this weekend and check out some alcohol inks. But yeah, mainly Vallejo and Army Painter, and a few of these Citadel, these little Citadel pots. I like their technical paints. You just shake them all up, all settled.
The rest is bullshit.
I haven't touched that in a couple months. No, wait, that's not true. I just used it on Green Lantern. give my brush a little bit of a deep clean. I also use Vallejo varnishes. I like those because they spray really easily, they dry really quickly, and they do a good job. The Vallejo premiums take a little bit longer to fully cure. They take something like 4 hours. But the airbrush varnish is it dries in just a couple minutes, just like regular paint. And when you got to seal between layers, especially when you're doing a portrait, you want that shit to dry as fast as possible. At least I do. And I feel like I've gotten faster at this, which is nice. Oh, I'm not even put at temp map. All right, here. Um, for my skin tones, I like to go with um, Vallejo Brown Rose for base, and then Army Painter um, Barbarian Blush. And those are typically because it's just like for guy like male skin tones, or a little slightly more tanned and a little darker flesh. Um, but I also have other flesh tone mixes. To be honest, like I haven't. I mean, that's kind of where I start, and then after that, it's just really like applying the washes, and yeah. So I mean, that's really where you really start to give the skin its tone, lack of a better word. But yeah, I like that as a foundation. And I'm kind of like I haven't actually had a good skin tone to paint in a long time. Even Gambit, he's got a obviously you see most of his face, but he's still got that cowl on. It covers up a big chunk of his cheeks and stuff. So yeah, I haven't done a full face paint and since I did Cable probably. I mean, I don't count Ninja Turtle faces as not exactly skin tone. I mean, I think it's as complicated as make it to be. I know that sounds trite, but like there's plenty of YouTubers on here showing people how to do skin tone. But I've tried their ways, um, several different permutations of it, and I just kind of landed on my own thing. It's kind of a mixed, kind of like a amalgam of a couple different techniques, or a couple different ways to do it. Um, but I think I finally landed on a process that I'm happy with. But I need to practice it more. Like I said, I haven't painted a true full face in a while. I will be painting a robe next, though she has a fully exposed face that I will want to be extra careful with. So yeah, my next project make sure you tune in, and I'll show you how I do my thing. Yeah, it's definitely a personal thing, but like I said, there are lots of different ways to do it, and then you just kind of find the one that works for you, and or you know, kind of make up your own. You know, I mean, there's no right and wrong answer. You know. I had totally forgotten that. Oh wait, yeah, no, I did. Well, I'll take that back. So the Green Lantern, he had a full face, but that particular model, didn't really have a lot of detail going on in the face. Like it was, you know, there wasn't a whole lot of like stuff to pick out, you know, wrinkles and what have you. His face was very, very wrinkle-free and very smooth. There wasn't a whole lot of texture to it, so that was kind of a model thing. But this Gambit has definitely more texture to his face, even though it's also covered with a cowl. Oh, why am I painting like this? I'm tired of painting these little wheels. I'll tell you what. They're deceptively deep too. Like you really got to get your brush down in there. So I got to go back over all this with a wash too. Lightly touching these raised spots just a little bit, just to accentuate them. Little dents and scuffs. All right. Was I done with this? Nope. Got to do this inside part. Ooh. This one's on the end, so give it a little bit more. The chrome's at the perfect dryness right now. Just lightly dry brush with precision right over some of these big, it looks like molten metal. Am I using Amazon special brushes? I don't know. These are they just say golden maple. I think I did get them from Amazon, but I think I bought a pack from the my hobby store. These Atlas brushes. These are pretty nice. Can't see, it's transparent, but yeah, those are pretty cool. That was kind of a bonehead thing to do. You're right, I should. I think I did. Put some in the channel description, but I don't know if it was for the brushes. Check check my channel description. I think I put some affiliate links down in there. Or some yeah. I don't have the audience yet to have like a store, apparently. But eventually I will, hopefully. Alright, there we go. Now that all looks like it's supposed to be together. I suppose I could hit that just a smidge. Loaded. Scuff up this twisted metal a little bit. Gotta bring it closer to my face. Thanks. Thanks, man. It's getting there. I'm glad it's almost done. Oh, I gotta do the little cards. The logo on the front there. Oh, not gonna make the same mistake. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how this is turning out. Definitely. Oh, I dragged that. I felt I hit the stuff. I'm definitely glad that I went with the transparent resin and then inked it. Definitely glad I did that. I was on the fence because this is a chunk. Like, this resin this is not hollow. This is just a solid piece. So this is probably one of the heaviest bases I've made ever. Like this thing is a chunk. So yeah, but I'm glad I did it because the effect of the transparent pieces with the ink is just. Mwah. All right. What do I need to do now? I need to get some wash on the coat because it's gonna need to dry overnight. All right, I hope I didn't push this in here too hard. I did. Pretty swell. A little bit pinched up right there. It's okay. A little bit of residue. There we go. Never knew what happened. I love this stuff when it works like that. Alright, well, you can see that the part that I brush painted is definitely brighter than the rest of the jacket. That's actually okay. That kind of makes sense. This is supposed to be. By the time I wash it and dry brush it, it's all going to blend together. So this, the wash I'm about to do on this jacket is going to make this really dark, but I don't want you to panic. Where's my wash? Oh, you're over there in the airbrush box. Oh, there we go. Oh, and I made myself a cocktail during that last break. Ah, time for some of that. All right, washing time. Time for the wash. This is for dark vehicles, but we're going to use it for a dark jacket. Oh wait, there's still some. I left some schmutz. A second. Like I said, this Plastic is great. Sometimes it leaves behind a little bit of residue, and you do have to be mindful. Behind his head anyway. Nobody would even saw that. Wash, shake. Oh, shake, wash, I guess you were. Super foamy in there, didn't I? I'm going to be using a lot of it. Let's just go ahead. Spins it. Spins it like justice. Swift and dark. Alright. Should probably start at the top and work my way down. That makes the most sense to me. I'm so afraid to touch that chest armor. Shouldn't be, it should be fine. Right? Oh man, look how much that ink just, or that wash runs right up that brush. I'm going to be panel lining his little metal collar here underneath his neck. I don't even know why I'm being so gentle with it. Nobody's going to see it. How you do anything is how you do everything. Right? I like doing for leather coats. I'll get this out of the way so I move about freely. So what I like about doing leather coats, like this, is like you can, because you really want to bring out the texture of that leather, and so just doing this all over wash. For the first time I did it, scared me because I was like, oh my god, it's so dark. But man, the effect after, like, just makes it look so good. I should. You're right. I do try every now and then. Need to make it, but you're right. I need to make it more of a habit. You do the little. I'm using this thing. It's a Vallejo wash. And this stuff does dry kind of tacky and weird, so it's good to do it in sections. So if you need to stop, you've got like hard stop. You're not having like a weird patchy thing. Although I've found too that for these leathers, a little patchiness actually looks pretty good. Like it makes it look more natural. The classic folly of trying to use too big of a brush and too small of a space. But I'm going to do it anyway. It's close enough. It's making me nervous. All right, let's get back to washing. Wash. Oh, even a lot in there. I'm going to go back in with a smaller brush and do the other. I am very, very glad it is Friday. I needed this weekend. Alright, definitely need something smaller. Don't go any farther. More. brush paint and not airbrush. Okay. 1 second.
Are you leaving me?
We're all leaving. Can you feel me with you right now?
Sorry about that. My wife walked in right when you asked the question. Why did I choose to brush on paint and not airbrush? I mean, it just depends on what I'm doing. I like doing the washes and stuff. Like once I get to this stage with it, where I'm painting around stuff that I want to keep, I like the control of having a brush. But yeah, I mean, really, it just kind of depends on the effect that you're going for, and kind of what technique you're applying or what stage you're at. I did use the airbrush to do the backside of the coat, the jacket, because it had a zenithal, and so you can see I didn't fully brown it out, like I didn't fully apply color, so I still got some of that nice zenithal kind of coming through. And then after I wash it and dry brush it, it's just going to accentuate what's already here. So this brush, I mean, I could airbrush, I could spray the wash on that way, but I think I'm good with the brush. It goes on pretty easy, and you can't really mess up washing. I mean, it's really just kind of slapping it on. I mean, I guess you can. You just don't you don't want it to pool up anywhere. But yeah, it's. See, like right now, I'm taking this wash right up against the chrome. So I just want to be extra careful around that. I mean, that's the thing too. It's like it's washed, so it doesn't have to be like perfect. Matter of fact, the more imperfect it is, the better. This is just giving some texture to the thing. Now, why it's not getting dark right here is a mystery. Did I not have enough on my brush? Very runny, so I don't want it to hit the edge of the chrome and then take off. But it's got to be thick enough. When it dries, it'll match. Sorry, I tend to turtle up sometimes when I'm concentrating. I'll bring the piece real close to my face. Trying to get out of that habit. I also need to be sitting up more straight. Any one of those posture things? Have you seen those that like a fucking alarm goes off or some shit when you slouch? Oh, zenithal. Um, so at the early stage of like after you prime it, just the zenithal is like the it has to. I know it has something to do with like the definition of the like the origin of the word like zenith, like the sun um, casting light. So that's the kind of the idea. You basically take the like a white or a white primer or a white ink, and you kind of highlight the highest spots on the model. So like the folds, just really making them pop, and just it's like a gradient, like a black and white version of it, where the whites are the high spots. That's kind of what it means. And then that becomes your base layer, so that whenever you spray another color on top, it gives it a natural, see right there, it gives it a natural tonal shift between the black and the white, or the whites over here, sorry, between the white high ridge and the dark spots where the black is. There's more saturation, so you get a darker brown. The light gives a lighter saturation, so you get a lighter brown. And so it just gives a nice, easy way to make gradients and stuff with the same base color. And then what I'm going to do is give it a wash, and that's going to accentuate the saturation, and then the dry brush is going to bring everything right back up on the high spots, and it's going to look so good because it's going to catch all that little texture. It's going to accentuate all that little texture. So it's going to look pretty wicked. And then once you seal it with a varnish, that like changes the way the light reflects off of it, and so that like really um, increases the contrast of the color, like the color saturation. So there you go. That was a very long-winded explanation. What was I doing? I was over here. Hey, I'm over here now. Yeah, what was that fucking guy's name? Ford Fair? No, it wasn't. This is fucking Andrew Dice Clay. That's who it was. Fuck. That's funny. Yeah, that's basically what it is. And I tell you what, though, I mean, it makes a huge difference because, like, you've seen some paint jobs that look kind of flat. Like that's why. And sometimes it's good. I mean, sometimes that's what you want, especially on like you're doing solid bright colors. Um, it doesn't necessarily work out the same way. It's like I found out the hard way that does not work on like yellows, for instance. So you'd think if that a zenithal would work because it has some white, and the white would be the brightest yellow, but the black base on the yellow makes it look like mustard. It just ruins it. It's just a terrible dark version of the yellow. It's like, can't even explain it. It's just, So that technique doesn't necessarily work for yellows. Like if I try to do that with rogue, it'll look terrible. So you have to do a different color combination for yellow, which I've learned now is pink. So you basically, anything you're going to paint yellow, you want to first paint it base pink in the low spots, because that's going to give you like the shadow when it mixes with the yellow. This inside spot will not take the wash. Because I just need to hit the edge here and not worry about it. All right. We can move on now. I would have never risen. I've definitely had a couple years worth of like learning on learning this stuff, trial and error mostly, but it's like I said, just kind of figuring it out. I don't know, man. So doing this in sections. I think I'm gonna follow the under part of his hood all the way around. Oh, I'm a big fatty brush. I'm gonna start up here somewhere. That looks good. Get down in there because nobody's gonna see it. Good. Nice and dark. I know my fingers are all up in the camera right now. What's up? How many models have you discarded for painting mishaps? I mean, I have had to strip paint off of a model. Like I have messed up a paint job so bad that I had to buy a paint stripper and just basically strip off all the paint, right, like all the way back down to the bare resin. But then you just start over again. I mean, it's just plastic, shit. It's that's kind of how I justify just like trashing stuff sometimes, because yeah, I mean, oh, those zippers, I think they've been broken off for a while though, so I'm not gonna worry about that. Yep, now I'm just kind of slapping this on. There's no, well, there is some wrong way to do it. You can, if you leave too much piled up in certain spots, you want to make sure it's spread a little evenly. But for the most part, you're just kind of slapping it on there. And it kind of settles down into the crevices as it dries, which is, you know, kind of the idea. Also, you want to try not to leave bubbles in it. That's not a good time. I'm over here. And yeah, this is gonna look really good once I get a dry brush on it. Dry brushing was the first painting, like model painting technique that I picked up, actually. I feel like that's probably everybody's first technique. But I'm still working on getting better at it. Take care, man. Thanks for hanging out with me. I'm actually starting to get a little tired myself. Oh, it's 10 o'clock? Goodness. Alright, well, I'm going to finish this washing, and then I'm probably going to hang it up, because I had no idea I was getting that late. Be very careful right through here. I've got these little tiny pieces of resin. Those buckles. But at the same time, I want to make sure I get some resin or some wash down in there. Oh, I'll tell you what, I think it's a little heavy when you're holding it like that. Let's see if I can speed this up now, because my eyeballs are starting to burn. Have a good night. Alright, let me see here. Finish this coat, then I'm gonna let it dry overnight, and it'll be ready for me tomorrow. The wash does take a while. I'm trying. I am very excited to now that the statue's starting to have a little more substance to it. Get these base colors on, and now starting to get this weathering done on the leather. Like, it's really starting to come together nicely, I think. How long has this stream been? Oh man, I'm coming up on 4 hours. Holy crap. Yeah, I'm gonna have to punch out. My shift's about over. I get tired. I can feel it. Just holding this model up, painting it. It's straining. I need to stop messing with it. Keep moving on. It's not like I don't have more to wash. Wash the inside tomorrow. Outside part dry. See, I'm getting to the bottom. That's why it's getting thicker. Like the pigment in the wash settles. Oh, goodness. retrospect, I probably should have just used the airbrush. But that's okay, I'm in it now. Fish up some of this extra wash I left all over the place up here. When I do the bottom. Spreading this out a little more evenly. Oh goodness, drop it. Leave that alone. The dirt around the edges. A little bit. I'll touch it up after I do the dry brush. And after I do the dry brush, I think I'm gonna do a little bit of an airbrush just to bring the color back just a smidge. Well, I think we're done. Getting tired of making poor choices. Time to go to bed. Or at least finish this cocktail. And then, yeah, I will be back on here tomorrow for sure. And we'll continue this little adventure. Yana. Got a few more things to do, but it's starting to look pretty good. All right, I'll catch you tomorrow.